Well, hello, and welcome back. Oh, that's not what we want. No filters or effects here. Hey, what's up? Oh, that's an early follow. How you doing? Let me go ahead and get my chat open because I actually forget to do that just about every time. You know, get this focused on my face here. And feel free to ask questions. I'm just going to be working on the slides for this presentation. I'm going to be going back and forth between probably looking at the prezo itself and then Vim, where I actually have the slides, and then Bliss, where I've got a bunch of notes that I've been taking over the past couple of weeks that are now going to make it into the slides. So if I can just get this to focus on my face again. There we go. How's everybody doing? What have you all been up to lately? Oh, and we still got something. Hold on one second here. What's going on with the camera? Oh, it's because I got the door open. There's a little bit of extra light, and I thought there was some sort of what do you call that? The effect where you get the darken it, whatever. Anyway, let's pop top, open focus, my friend. Not a sponsor, Mr. Mountain Dew. Just as good as ever. Oh, echo. We have an echo. Let me double check. I'm going to check audio settings real quick. Too much echo. All right, I'm looking into it. Looking into the echo. Okay, I don't hear anything in my headphones. Looks like mic is set correctly. Here, nothing out of the ordinary. I will go ahead and join on Twitch real quick and watch myself and kind of see if I can hear the echo. Watch myself and kind of see if I can hear the echo. Watch myself and kind of see if I can hear the echo. Watch myself and kind of see if I can hear the echo. All right. So I don't hear an echo. I'm not really sure. Let me change my audio real quick to be just headphones. Headphones. All right. Headphones. All right. Headphones. All right. Headphones.
Oh.
All right. Headphones. That's weird. Let me... check and see. I wonder if there's another tab open where I actually have my Twitch open. And maybe my Twitch is feeding back into my audio settings. Let me close out a bunch of windows. Check a couple of things. All right, as far as I can tell, no Twitch or YouTube here. I certainly don't hear it. So I'm going to try this again. So I'm going to mute my Twitch and then let me know if there's still an echo. Oh, it's normal now. Okay. So what if I put this back up to 0? I think I can take off the technical issues now. It's normal now. Okay. I don't know what was going on. It may have just been some browser tab that maybe I had either YouTube or Twitch on my own page and it started playing or something like that. But I didn't hear it. One last thing I'm going to try. Let me know if this makes it worse. This should be the regular device. Okay, I think we're good, but y'all let me know if it gets bad again or something. Okay, so I've actually got some notes on my phone as well. Let me pull those up. Let's see. So I thought that I would start my presentation with types of types, and I kind of already have that. Well, I definitely already have that here, but I think I want to rearrange it. I'm going to turn the TS config init. It turns out it's kind of complicated to explain what needs to change because I thought it was just this, but it turns out there's some other things that need to change too. So I think what I'm going to do is just create a command that will generate the config file with the correct options instead of trying to explain what the different options are. Let's see. Okay, yeah, there's just to try to explain all the config. It's kind of annoying. All right, so this is what I was working on was so that we've got types of types. So we've got the primitive values, the struct, the function. Then we've got collection, we've got meta, but we also have single value, multi-value, and collection. So I think I want to make that distinction as well. So let me go back here to basic. So single value, multi-value. So that is a primitive. Or I don't know which way to go about this. Primitive might still not be quite the right word. I think I'm going to go with single value, multi-value. And then there's kind of some special ones. Then there's collection, and then there's meta types as well. And so I could go with kind of a struct and a tuple. These are examples of multi-value. And then collection, we have things like array. Oh, whoops. What did I have here? Oh, I see what I'm doing. So I need to put that, hold on, back up. So I'm going to take this out of here. Maybe. And make a new one right here. Technically, I think the small is on the inside. Great. Okay, so here we should have struct, and I'm going to put struct and tuple together. I'm not going to put tuple with collection because it's not really a collection. Neither is key value pairs. So there's map, which is essentially key value pairs, and then there's list, which is indexed values. There's the struct, there's the tuple. On the primitive side, oh, and this, I need to actually bring this up. Hold on. I need to bring this up. Oh, by the way, if anybody's interested how I do my slides, I have a slide in my slides on how I do my slides because people always ask that. So I'll just go ahead and give this to you in case you're interested in doing presentations with MD slides as well. Wait. Okay, good. Yeah, that's right. All right, so I need to start my watcher. And so I need to open this as file. There we go. And we only have so much time, so I think I am going to shorten some of the intro stuff because time is on the short side. So when it comes to, let's see, things like marker types, I just want to put a break in there for each of these. All right, let's take a look at what that looks like. Blah! That looks so much worse. So mixins are also known as unions. Enums are also known as, what's the opposite of a union? No, the intersect is the opposite of a union. There's something else. I guess it's just enum. Okay. So here, of the single values, we have the primitives, which are kind of want to do this as another list inside. And say we have here booleans. From the simplest to the least simple, we've got number, we've got big int, we've got string. I kind of want to put string first because I want to put a little star by some of these. Because we have big int, then we actually have uint8 or uint8 plus so let me check my notes here that I had on my phone because I was just thinking about this the other day and I was writing some more stuff down. So we got boolean, number, string, and then we have big ints, which are a type, and then we also have some special ones that aren't very I know, I kind of want to do this way. Just call these all primitives. Well, let me see what it looks like right like this. Okay, and then, yeah, so let's just throw these down here. Just call this function, throw these down here, and we will put a little asterisk by them because they are special. By the way, feel free to ask questions, interrupt, whatever. I mean, I guess there is no interrupting. Oh, and then we have the nullish. The nullish values are, let me just copy and paste this thing. A lot of people don't know this because the nullish values are a little tricksy. Everybody knows that there's null. That one's fairly obvious. There's also undefined, which is a little less obvious but pretty well known. One that is not as well known is not defined. So we have three different nullish values. And the distinction between not defined and undefined is particularly obnoxious. And I think I will put the big int and the uint8 up here with these, and then put function. Yeah, function can just go right there, and that's fine. So let's do that. Okay, there we are. So we got some primitives, we got multi-value, and I think in JavaScript I could say we've got struct, we've got tuple, and then we do have we have weak map, we have set. What else do we have? I think we have weak map, map, and set. I'm just going to put weak map and weak set because I don't think there's not a really strong reason for using map or set. There is a strong reason for using weak map or weak set, which is kind of the same as the strong reason for using big int or uint8. When you need it, it's the right tool for the job. But unless you need it, just don't use it. And the map and set you never need them. You'll never need map or set in JavaScript. You might need weak map or weak set, but you won't need map or set. And there is a hypothetical performance advantage that they could give you, but it basically doesn't exist. In the general case, they're less performant, but there is kind of a sweet spot trade-off area where for a certain use case, as long as you're using enough elements, then it can be worth it. But again, I would put that in the category of hack, not in the category of normal JavaScript. We do what we must because we can, but we shouldn't do what we can because we must. You know what I'm saying?
We do what we must because we can.
You feel me? Okay. So we've got map and list. And maybe I'll do this little doodad here too. Maybe we'll go ahead and say, all right, this is a UL and an LI and end LI, end UL. But then how would we... I don't know. For the good of all of us, except the ones who are dead. But there's no use crying over every mistake. You just keep on trying till you run out of cake. And the science gets done and we make a neat gun for the people who are still alive. And while you're dying, I'll be still alive. Na 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 na, still alive, still alive. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so let me just kind of take a look at that and see if this is yeah, this is complex enough. Uh-oh. Something, did it not? Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah, so this is kind of a big slide. I do prefer it without that. key value. So we're gonna take that away, go back to the old BR style, call it good, and move on. All right, so this is, I have to get through all of this in about 20 minutes so I can leave time for Q&A. That's the challenge. I am not a short-winded person by any stretch of the imagination. I have been blessed with the gift or curse of gab, depending on which way you want to look at it. So JS, UtahJS Conf 2022. I think it shows up on some other website. Okay, so it comes up on Sessionize and then Dev Events. So there's the call for speakers. UtahJS. 2022 schedule. Let me go ahead and check. So AJ. Okay, so they keep on changing me around. But yeah, I've got 25 minutes. So 3:05, that puts us at 3:30. So I've got 20 minutes to give my presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. The theme of the conference is deep dives. How do you do a deep dive in 20 minutes? That's pretty much a lightning talk. Now, there's a real lightning talk right there. 15 minutes, 30 minutes. That's tough stuff. Anyway, so I'm going to practice it. I'm going to try to hone it down. But yeah, I think for each of these, primitives, I think I want to somehow condense these down. Say, you know, we don't need to talk about most of these because you get it. It's not a big deal. So primitives are things like strings and floats and booleans. And then I think, yeah, I think I should just get rid of this slide, go straight to this slide. And I should probably put, yeah, I think just this slide alone should do. And we're going to cut this and this. We're just going to look straight at, you know, here's the syntax. Yep, I think that's what we're going to do. Keep it nice and lean. So I'll have one for the normal ones, and then I'll have one for the special ones. And I won't really go into the special ones that much because this is not about special types in JavaScript. This is about JS with types. So if you want to learn about the special types in JavaScript, the UN8 and that kind of thing, I just don't have time to talk about it. I barely have enough time to talk. I think if I just keep it down to the typing system itself, then we'll be good. So we are going to go get rid of all this. And we're going to get rid of all that. But not yet. I'm going to go ahead. And maybe I'll do it this way. Hello world. Because what I want to show here is that if you type something that, well, maybe that needs to be its own slide. I don't need to make that in all the examples. So version is 1.2. Well, that would be a string if I were to do version. So we can do answer is equal to 42. Still alive equals true. And let's start with the simplest type and then work our way up to the most complex type out of these primitive values. And the most complex is string. But the way that people use them, I actually had it in the right order. So we're going to leave it in this order because that's a better story order, I think. All right. Beta Sosa. By the way, Beta Sosa, welcome. Are you still around? I haven't seen you here before. What's your deal? Okay, so we can get rid of all this. And then maybe we could do a primitive plus plus. An integer is not there. It is a double-edged tool. I 100% agree with you. I am interested in your reasoning. So please explain. All right, so we could have here big int. What is it? 1 n. We can have, and then you can't really declare. Let's see, uint8 array.from. So det. Let's see. That's hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions. Sometimes types come in the way of actually writing the logic. I agree, but tell me more. And then we don't have any narrowing for integer, which kind of makes me sad. Yeah, so we have int slash uint. Just going to put that with an asterisk. And then maybe, okay, I don't actually want to put that there because that will mess up the syntax for this. So maybe I just put it here. So you can have an array of big ints. You can, yeah, these are single values. All right, was there anything else I wanted to put on here? Senior devs decided to go full on TS, so DB migrations file won't run as we don't have the correct types there. Well, but why would that not run? Because, well, I guess if you're, so there is no such thing as TypeScript. There is no language TypeScript. There is a syntax sugar TypeScript, but there is no interpreter for TypeScript. So if you have a TypeScript file, you have to put it out to a JavaScript file in order for it to run. There's nothing that can run TypeScript. TypeScript isn't a real language. It doesn't exist. So if you just basically pass the do it anyway flag on your TypeScript compiler, it should do it anyway. And then once it's out to JavaScript, you're in the JavaScript type system land. And this is not, so the TypeScript checker is used with JavaScript, but JavaScript has, it's the types are JIT optimized. So I think I'm gonna leave that one alone. So I think there's some important notes. So JavaScript is ... and I would go with it is JIT optimized. And it is duck typed. It is duck typed because it is JIT optimized. If I'm not mistaken, V8's regular expressions are the fastest in the land. Because of the JIT. That is somewhere, that is a place where JavaScript shines in kind of a weird way. All right, so big int, Boolean, number string, covered it all. Good, done. All right, so we got some more primitives. Yeah. And then, let's see, we've got the nullish. Null, undefined, and not defined. So I'll say, actually, this is a really good example. I think I'm going to take this nullish bit and bring it up first. Well, no. And get out of there and get back into it. Why is this? Oh, it's not in a code block. That's why it's sad. There we go. Let's put it in a code block. Now I can be happy again. So we can say Boolean, and then we can have alive is equal to null, and I'll go ahead and put primitives on that. More on, let's see, null-ishness later. I don't know how to type something in this way. I don't know how you can do @type and declare that it is undefined. Let me look at that real quick. JS doc undefined @type. There might be a way to do it. Undefined string array. So you can have I guess you could do or undefined. Um, So I think for this one, I'm just going to say, well, don't look at the man behind the curtain just yet. That's probably all I'll say about that. So we've got some other primitives. And then we also kind of have, let's see, the regexp would be, okay, buffer. I don't have a buffer here, so bytes is so buffer dot from, and then we would need to pass it. I guess we could probably do characters or numbers here. Let's see. What? I'm actually curious just to see what this produces. That's not what I expected. Interesting. So this can only be numbers. FF. Because we're limited to bytes, right? I think. So I couldn't do 256. Yeah, that just wraps around. Oh, 257. Does that continue wrapping? Oh, really? That's scary. I wish that threw an error. Okay. All right, let me go check on this here. All right, so we've got primitives. So we've got a string, got a number. I actually need to break that down a little bit. So what we're going to do here is we're going to put this as 1 through 2, and then we're going to repeat this slide multiple times. And then it's going to be 3 through 5. And then we're going to do again, and it's going to be 7 through 9. And then that way, we take a look at this. Toot, toot, toot. I guess that should be 4 through 5. Doi. All right, and I do want the very first one to actually show everything, so I can just kind of, I think it just has a better aesthetic appeal if we go 1 through 9 for the very first slide. Yeah. So string. Actually, I kind of want to go all in on this. Repeat this again. This is the kind of, now I should wait until I'm optimizing the talk to do this. Let me make sure I've got everything right first. Okay, so we've got the nullish stuff. And I think I want to reserve that for when we're actually talking about the type system. So let's talk about one, single value types. I don't know if this will actually work, but let's give it a try. All right, so first we got our single value types. So we're going to talk about single value, multi-value, collection, and meta. If we talk about all that stuff, we should be doing pretty well. And this just needs to be small because it's stealing a little bit too much. And then I think this whole thing, let's see how that turns out. Okay, that did not work. It should have worked by all means, but it didn't. I wonder if I could color that or something. All right, moving on. That's not that important. So maybe I just move the warning up into here. Just so that kind of feels a little bit better. And I'd probably do the same thing where we'd go line by line on that. Yeah, so nullable, optional, accessible. Okay. And that's a good example, but I don't want to cover that here. I don't know where to cover that. Where should nullishness be covered? Here I've got it after function. Okay. So maybe I should keep with that strategy. I think that this is good, but I think, what do y'all think? I mean, give me your thoughts too. I do kind of want for this one, yeah, I do want to put in here reg exp, because I think that that is important. Let's see. Because it feels like a primitive type. And then, so I mean, I guess that's more of a built-in than a primitive. And I don't need that kind of, but not. That's adequately covered with the sign here. Maybe I'll do that too. 2022. And the date of the conference is the 22nd of September. And the time that I will be presenting is 3:05. So that'd be 15:05. And that would be, I don't know what the time zone is going to be right then. Let's check out on XTZ JS real quick. Convert time zones in your browser. So it's going to be 9:22, 15:05, 0:00:00. Oh, whoops, that broke somehow. Cool. Yeah, that was correct. All right. So just a fun little Easter egg thing. Whoops. Ah, what did I do? I broke it. I broke it. I broke it. There we go. All right, copy me harder. There we go. Okay, so there's some built-ins. They're not really primitives. And the reason I wanted to show all these first, and I do want to show a little bit of the nullishness. Did I already show the nullish stuff there? Yeah, so we'll say more on nullishness later. Then there's some other primitives that are lesser well known. You don't have integers directly, but you can have an array of integers, and it is truly typed integers. Buffer is also uint8 array typed. Do array buffer. It's kind of, I think that's the same thing. There's some weirdness between the node buffer and array buffer because of the way the memory works historically and performance guarantees. I think that buffer is still the optimal version. Okay. So we got some built-ins. What else we have? The next thing that I think I wanted to bring up was function. Not at function. And I think this should probably be the next slide. Not at type def function. And I'll just link to the issue. Issues. So let's see. I'm just gonna, let's say, A callback is a specific type of function that is used, in short, synchronously. Defines how a function is used, which must defines that a function is used asynchronously. .map is synchronous. It can accept a an anonymous function, but trying to use a callback would result in buggy code. Okay, I'm just gonna link this here. And I do actually, if I remember correctly, let's see, I have, yeah, there we are. I have a little macro I made for just such wonderful occasions. Hey, what's up, Ja? What in the world is Champions League? I don't know what that means. What's a Champions League? Look, I'm a nerd, not a sports fan. What is Champions League? Oops. Champions League. I don't know what it means. I'm not European. I'm not even European. Is this football? Football? Yeah, football. I mean, I'm down with football, but I don't know anything about that. So, sorry. I have nothing to say in that regard. Ooh. Just 1 second. Okay, go back to this. There we are. All right, sorry, I checked a message and it left me in that state, you know. Okay, so we can do at callback, and then we could say calls back when ready. No, that's not what it is. This is just for any function. All right, primitives. What's a good function? One that's, oh yeah, here we go. We could call this one greeter. I think that's how we do it. All right, at param, and then we could give it some information here. Yeah, this is a good one. So we could say other, and then returns the string hello other dot name. No, this would be So I do want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, actually, if we just do 1 through 99, that will work in terms of the highlighting. You can always extend beyond the present. But I'm going to want to have a call out here with this. So we'll come back to this example again later, I think is what we'll do. We'll come back to this example later, and then we'll say this will be param person, and we will have type deft. Oops, why is this? We'll have done at this point, I guess, oh, whoops, I'm goofing up here. Should have it like that. Say hello to another. Yeah. Okay. So we'll show the same example later. I think even before we get to types, so we're back to types of types. So I think the next slide on this one, we do need to give a little bit of just kind of a side note. Type info. Type info. And then optional comments. Okay, so I do want people to be aware of the double star. Because that's really, really important. I don't know why, but suddenly it doesn't like me using brackets anymore. It does that sometimes. I don't know what that's about. So we want to take a look at this, and we probably just want to go line by line on it. So maybe, okay, here's a question. Should I introduce the types of types first, or should I introduce the type syntax first? Should this be mentioned beforehand or afterwards? I'm kind of actually leaning towards afterwards. From a technical perspective, the grammar needs to be known ahead of time. But from the human perspective, I think the grammar is best left to after time. This is one of the things I struggle with content, is often I want to teach people what you need to do first in the linear trajectory of the code, the things that you will first encounter or need to do while you code, as opposed to the high level highlight kind of things. And I think that this is where this note on the syntax should actually be left to the end, not here. Okay, let me move that. I'm going to move it down to the end somewhere. And I think moving on to multi-value types, I don't know. I'll leave it at the beginning for now. I'll leave it at the beginning for now. But I don't want to call this note. I want to call it type syntax. Hey, what's up, Jimzio? Jamesy? James, I don't know. When you just got some weird letters and numbers, I'm not sure how things are supposed to be said. Jamesy. Gotcha. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. But you got the 0 at the end. Threw me off, man. Just threw me off. Okay. So there's that one. And then we'll go through and we'll change this up a little bit. And we'll say, I don't know what plugin it is or whatever, but sometimes when some other syntax matches somewhere in a file, it no longer likes me typing. I can't append after an open bracket, because normally, yeah, I can hit open bracket and then I can hit A to append and it'll let me go after the open bracket. But if I don't have that closing bracket and I hit A, for some reason, it won't let me go after the bracket, and I don't know what that is. If anybody knows, I'd love to know. So I kind of have to, see, and I can't get past it. I can type it that way, I can type it backwards. So typically this is at type, my type. So let's say at type foo. Or actually, this would be, let's say 2 through 3. Type def, foo type, objects, foo, and then it might have prop, and then let's say, let's call it foo person for simplicity's sake right now, and then we'll call this, we'll go with its number and age. Okay, so maybe I should introduce the syntax like that. Yeah, and I try to distinguish between things that are literal. It's always hard when you're looking at code examples to tell what is the part that is being made up and what is the part that is part of the syntax. So for example, type def. am I just calling something typedef, or is typedef part of the syntax? Typedef is part of the syntax. But it's really clear if I do foo person, it's really clear that that is the part that we make up. So I'm hoping if we did foo age, and that might be more clear. But I like to prefix things with foo or my so that it is clear that these things are the things that are literal, that are actually part of the syntax, and this is the, call it whatever you want. I like to distinguish between those things. Okay, so let's kind of go back a step. Okay, so type syntax. So start with a double star, you have a star and then your directives, and then you close with a single star. Now you can put that in line as well, but this only makes sense for things where, for example, you are basically only see it in line if you just need to declare a type. Otherwise, you're going to use the block and you'll have a type def. Let's see, I actually kind of want to show this. You're either going to be using a type def or callback greeter at param person other. Okay, is that good? Again, I'm looking for feedback here. Whoops, let me also update this. This should be here as well. So the feedback I'm looking for is, does it make sense that before we, so I'm going to say, okay, these are the types of types. This is all the stuff that we're going to cover in this presentation. But first, I want to give a brief introduction to what the typing syntax looks like. So what you have is a block comment, but it's a little bit special because it has a double star instead of a single star, and this is critically important in order for the documentation and the type checker to understand what you wanted to do. Then every line will begin with a star, and as far as I know, this isn't required, but this is the way that it's done, and it makes sense and it looks pretty. And then you end off with a closing block comment. Now, you can also do this in line, but if it's done in line, it must also be with the double star. And typically the only time that you're going to see this being done in line is when you are declaring a type. If you are, sorry, when you are declaring that a variable is of a type. So maybe I need to do, I think this actually makes a lot more sense if I go back to this foo person. So this would be var person, and then let's see, type syntax, and then here we could do function greet other return. Oh wait, type def. No, this is a type def. So we would be, we actually don't need to do anything for a type def. Type def stands alone. And we could also say that, okay, thanks for that feedback. The order flows well. Okay. So let's say this. So if you are declaring a type, so say I had a var person, I want to declare it as a type foo person, that's where you might use the inline syntax. But much of the time what you're going to be doing is declaring the types themselves, either of an object or of a function, and you'll use this block syntax for that, and it doesn't necessarily directly to apply to something below it. Okay. So that'll be good. So going back to the types of types, let's talk about the single value types, or what we often call primitives. And you can see more about these if you're interested. I think I should put this at the end, actually. I'm going to put this under useful slides, JS doc, or So I always, at the beginning of my presentation, I always have a useful links. And then I think that in this useful links, I'm going to go ahead and put these here as well, because I try to pull out things like this that a lot of people would probably want to have access to and bring those around to the beginning. So if we look at this, useful links. There we go. So I think I'll make 2 useful links sections for this one, but I'll leave that alone for now. And I think that I will put, so I'll say, and this is in the useful links section in the beginning. I'll put this at the end. So we're going to talk about primitives. And then we're going to move this to the back. So if you're interested in more of this stuff, built-ins, primitives, nullishness. Okay, I think I'm going to save the talk about nullishness until the meta typing, because I feel that's where it belongs. So let me take this. I want to move this back even further past the built-ins. No, maybe I will leave this up front. I don't know, it doesn't feel quite right there. So I think I'll put it right here. No, I'm going to put it even before here. Maybe this is where that material. I'm just going to throw that there for now, and I'm going to not worry about it until later. Let me get more of the presentation done first. Okay, so before, all right, we're going to go that part. Let me go ahead and get caught up over here where we're at. We're going to go through some of the built-ins. And then I'm not going to call this one primitives. I'm going to call this functions. Okay, and then with that, the very next slide also should be titled functions. I don't remember what the difference between these two was. They look pretty much identical to me. Oh, no, this was going to be later. This was going to be later multi-value, and that's going to come up pretty soon. But we do need to emphasize let's see. I think that this would be better emphasized in a different way. I think it would be better emphasized as maybe just put the big X here, because you'd expect to be able to do this, but you can't. And I also want to pull this one around. So this is actually line 2 is the most important here. And then on this one, let's say that we had basically the same thing. And we actually don't need, this doesn't go here. So functions, I actually should have this in 2 parts. And we should say at type, this would be greeter. Okay, and we would do 1 through 99 here as well. And then I'd split that apart in the next slide. Because it wouldn't declare, this is a type declaration. Okay, I'm just going to put a little to-do note to myself somewhere as well. To-do types are file scoped, not package scope. Okay. So you'd think that would work, but it doesn't. And then you would think this other one would work. Type def function greeter. Actually, I think with this, if I'm not mistaken, when you're declaring a callback, I think the comment goes on top. The parameters, the comment goes to the side. Okay, where was my first mention of type def? So here I want to make this from 3 to 4. Really great kind of person. Greet with a wonderful hello. There we go. Greet with great kindness. So is there another one for this? Or is that it? Okay, so type syntax. Okay, and I guess a function can have properties, technically speaking. Anyway, okay. Greet another person. type greeter, another person, type greeter. Okay, and then we'll put this up above right here. And above right there, and then this would be not 2, but 3. Okay. So there we are. So we take a look at functions. Kind of want to break this down. Let's break this into a couple of different parts. So yes, we're going to break this down, and we're going to have this one first. We're going to have it be 1 through 99, and then we're going to have it zoom in to just line 3. And then very similarly on this one, so not at function, not type def function. And then we'll bring that around. I think that's going to feel better. Maybe just, we have our beetle. Where's our beetle at? Okay, so this will be 1 through 99 as well. And then there we go. Okay, so let's try this one more time. So I look at functions. That didn't go the way that I wanted it at all. Yes. I need to take this part and separate it. So that this one is 1 through 99. And then we'll duplicate this slide. And then this one will be, okay. So now let's try that again. Okay, did it not build? Is there syntax error? No. It says it built. Functions. 1 through 99. 1 through, oh, okay. So I can actually just nix that slide. All right, so there we go. Yeah. Come on. There we go. So next we want to look at functions. That is not the right highlighting. That is the right highlighting. That is the right highlighting, and that is the right. So, oh, but we do not need, whoops, right here, we can get rid of that. And we can get rid of that. And this was something else entirely. We'll get back to that. So I actually, I put this at the beginning of all my slides because that is probably the most common question that I get. And it's called Markdown Slides. And here's a link. So that's the little mini tutorial on how to do what I'm doing. And all my slides are there as well. So if you want to see any of my slides as examples, you know, how did I do a particular effect? then you can see that by looking at the markdown from Alias Slides. Okay, so there we go. This is the magic line. This is how we declare its type. And then this is how we use its type. Okay, cool. But you cannot do @function. This would be really intuitive. You'd think that this is what you do because most functions are not callbacks. But you can't use @function. You will have bugs. It's difficult to fix bugs in your type linting if you use @function. You also can't use @typedef function, which is what I would have preferred to use because you can either typedef an object or you can typedef a function. This makes sense. One syntax to rule them all. But you can't do that. And if that upsets you, then go ahead and give a thumbs up or make a comment on this issue for TypeScript, because the people that run TypeScript are somehow convinced that a callback is a function, which is just not the case because callbacks are by definition asynchronous, whereas a synchronous function therefore is not a callback. Okay. Great. So now we're out of, I think with this one, we're now out of single value land. And so now I want to go into multi-value land or single value types. So later. Okay, good. So now we're in the land of multi-value types. So the first thing, so this means structs and tuples. I think we'll go with the structs first. So we'll go with structs. And then I think, say, plain Pojo. Let's see. Plain old JSON object. Not strictly true, but it's kind of the way that I look at it. Okay, so if we're looking at structs, let me go ahead and throw this in here. So this one's going to be really simple because all we're going to do is say other.name. We already did this. Where was the first instance where we used this? All right, let's take this back. We're gonna go back to okay. I'm gonna go back to our other.name. So we're going to take a look back at our previous example, 1, 2, 3, so 4 and 5. So we're look at lines 4 and 5. Yeah, and so the subtitle, I'm changing the title and the subtitle of my talk slightly. So the title of my talk is JS with types. I think the submitted title of the talk is JavaScript types without TypeScript or something like that. I gave it a slightly more compelling name, but what I'm going to put on the slides, where is here it is. Nope, that's not it. JavaScript with types, a deep dive into TSC and JSDoc with vanilla JS. So but the what I'm actually going to go with, whoops, I think is JS with types. Why Golang and Ziglang devs shouldn't give up on JavaScript. Because really, my talk is oriented towards those people, because if you're not one of those people, you're going to use TypeScript. And if you are one of those people, you think that JavaScript is a retarded language that should never be used, and that you'd have to be an idiot to want to use it. And there is, I think this talk hopefully provides that middle ground where you can call yourself a software engineer and use JavaScript and not feel like you did something dirty. Thanks for the line, the lying with crafter? No, crying with laughter. There we are. Okay, so let's go back to our earlier. So we're going to go back to our earlier example here, where we were creating our greeter definition for. We have this, and let's give it age. Oh, there we go. So we're going to give it name and age. Later, I'm going to say multi-value. I'm going to say, oops. Alphabetize for better diffs. You've helped me give a lot more respect to the ECMAScript ecosystem. That's a cool new title. Oh, thanks. The title that I proposed for the slide. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so we're going to show this, and we're going to say, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we need to have, let's have 6 here. So 4, 5, 6. So what we can do then is we can lift these out. So we can lift this out into a type def, and we can call it person. Maybe I should call it foo person. Do we have person or foo person? And we'll call it person. And I think the comment goes on the top here. I could be wrong about that. So we'll say, we can lift that out. So it's almost identical there. Oops, object person. So I kind of want to show, the diff between these two is what I want to do. So we're going to have 2 slides there, and then I'm going to show a diff. That's how this is going to work out. By the way, for those of you that are watching along, if you would like to, right, reminder from me to myself to you, consider like, sub, follow. Because if you like what you like, you get more what you like. Also, I had the chat just drop the link to creedsofcraftsmanship.com. So if you're interested in following along with the curated list of talks and presentations that I am developing over the years, I keep that list at creedsofcraftsmanship.com. Those are the best resources available for becoming a software engineer. In my just fact. Also, use that Prime sub for AJ if you have it. Well, thank you very much. I don't know really much about the subs and stuff, but I imagine it'll be great. So do it. Let's see. So what I wanted to do here is kind of go maybe 1, 2. So we're getting rid of the object, right? Hold on. So this is a great human being. And this one's going to be 3. Right? Yeah, okay, so now that's good. So now what I want to do is I want to show the diff between these. So I don't know if I really care about the comment change. Just, put that there. So we are probably going to do 4 through 8, I think. So type def. So we get rid of, oops, we get rid of this. We plus this. We go and all of these here. And then we're doing plus this, get rid of this. Let's see how that looks. All right, so we get through the bit about the function. One thing I'm trying to do less is gripe, because this actually comes from some religious reflections I was doing, as well as it's just good life advice. But you are better off just telling people what is good rather than griping about what is bad. And I gripe about what is bad a lot, but if you invite people to a higher plane, those that are willing to join you will join you. If you gripe about a lower plane, then that doesn't give people anything to aspire to, and unless you're creating a militia to go forcefully take action on something, then you don't accomplish anything. So if you can just elevate people to the plane that you believe is the higher plane, then you're better off. So I'm trying. I noticed, I went back and watched a couple of presentations that I did where I just thought my griping really makes me sound like an idiot in comparison to if I had just spoke about the stuff that is important. So on this slide, I probably shouldn't make any mention of the fact that the TypeScript lead developer doesn't know the difference between a function and a callback. Bah! See, I'll just get that out now. And then it's free. I can let it go. And that's all I need to say about that. Never again. Okay. So we got the multi-type values. So we're looking at structs, and yeah, so the thing I want to find out here is, so we're going to talk about structs, which is POJOs, or plain old JSON object. So this is what a struct definition, so, oh, let's harken back. Actually, I need to put this here to remind me. So struct. A blast from the recent past. Let's just, there we go. Let's just throw that in there. So So here's a blast from the recent past. So we have our callback function, and it's got these. There we go. So we're defining these parameters as they get passed in. This actually would be really helpful to see in context, I think. Well, no, not here. Okay, so we have this one parameter that's the other, and it's got a name and an age, and we're defining those parameters in the definition of the greeter. But what we could do instead is we could create a person object with those parameters and its own comment. So I think I kind of want to go with this line is highlighted first rather than all lines are highlighted there. So let's try that out. Let's see. Let's say we're going to have that line highlighted first. And then we're going to say nothing changes about 4 through 6. We're going to say, but we can change our comment. There we go. So what we can do instead is we can type def an object person. We can keep the parameters exactly the way they were, so we just move those and then give it a little comment to describe the person struct. So if we want to look at that in diff, so I need to just change this to be 3 through 6, it looks like. Where's that diff at? Let's make this 3 through 6. That'll feel a little bit better. And then I'm just leaving the comment alone, because I don't want to draw attention to the comment there. It's kind of silly. I've only got so much space I can get the person in. So callback greeter. Oh, so this type def, actually, hold on. So this will be not 3 through 6, but it'll just be 3 through 5. Because I'm replacing these two lines with that one line, right? Okay. So basically all we're doing is, I actually like the positive negative than the negative positive in this particular approach. So all we're doing is changing out that. I would love a sandwich. Thank you so much. Okay. So and I think I'll just give a little hint of things above, because I want to say, let's see, hold on. Let me just take one look at this and then I'm going to move on from the slide. I don't want to spend too much time on it. So we get rid of that callback greeter because we're not defining a function. We add a type def object person, and then we don't need, oh, you know what else we need to do though? Is we need to get rid of the other prefix. So I am going to get rid of the other prefix here. That is something I messed up on. There we go. So we got rid of the other prefix. Let's see. Maybe I will just do this. Well, if I'm going to do that, then I think I am actually going to do this whole bit as well. So then we're just going to change this to see what we're focusing on first. So we're going to focus on first that these 3 lines, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is 4 through 6 now. And then the next piece would be, whoops, something went wrong here. Oh, we probably need to indent all of these. Okay, so let me nix that real quick. Yeah. So I'm going to take this slide, and again, feel free to drop any feedback you have about how you think things might flow better, yada yada. Okay, so then we're going to be looking at, well, first let me see what the line numbers are as is. Have I not saved this? Let me save this. Okay, so first we're going to be looking at that one, then 7 through 10. And then the very last thing that we're going to look at is just 2 and 3. Maybe I should put that. Yeah, I am going to put that in the logical order here. Okay, so we're swapping out the comment. We're changing out the callback declaration, type declaration, for an object type declaration. And then we're removing the other. Let's see, I'm going to move that other down one. So this is going to be 4 through 5. We're going to take other out here. We're going to take other out of here. And other out of here. And then does that still, are the numbers still the same, or did the numbers change now? Okay, so we need to do one sooner. So this is now 6 through 10. Okay. And that's enough time spent on this slide, I think. Okay, so then we're going to go from structs to tuples, which are something that JavaScript people don't understand in general, but Go and Zig people, I think, both get, certainly Rust people, and Python people as well. Although, most Python people don't really know Python that well, I think, because it suffers from that beginner tragedy of the novice a little bit. All right. So tuples, it's really easy to show an example. It's not as easy to show why a tuple is useful in JavaScript, partially because I don't think it really is. But I think that it's important that this talk is trying to bridge worlds of thinking about type systems and thinking about the type system that JavaScript inherently has. So what I need to do is I need to define what a struct is and what a tuple is. That's one of the things I need to do. So a struct, it's multi-value, because I kind of almost want to do tuples first. No, I'm gonna keep going in this order, and I think I'll just make the distinction as I go, and people that get it will get it, and people that don't get it, it's not going to matter that much, I guess. So if we want to define a tuple, whoops, that's a type def that typically we could do in line. Foo results. Okay, so maybe the first thing I should have here is we'll do tuples, tuples, tuples. What? And then say struct and then say but indexed rather than named. Is that a good definite? Well, let's show this. So maybe okay, and a good example of this would be we had an array and we had, let's see. Oh, there was one other thing I wanted to do here that I totally forgot to do, actually. Let me go back for a second. So with the struct, I wanted to show you can also embed see. I don't know where's the best place to put this, and I might decide to move it or remove it. But I wanted to say you could also, let's see, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 6 is where we're going to put this. And we have an array of person, and this could be friends. And do I want to put the comments here? Mutual follows. Let's say age. There we go. So let's say that. Persons who mutually follow I don't know if that's the right way to go about it, but I don't think that fits on the sides. Who mutually follow each other? Yeah, let's just call it mutual follows, so it fits on the slide. This is one of the things that I've talked about this before, but slides are really dangerous because they are meant for readability and abbreviation in slide form. They're not meant for software engineering. You don't do software engineering in slides. And so sometimes I think it does a great disservice to people because we will shortchange what we should do with what fits on a slide. But it's not what you do in real life, and that's kind of mixed bag, you know? Okay. Wait, where's that? What? Did this not? I'm so confused. Oops. Here we go. Okay. Should I come grab it? Or catch it? Okay, grab it or catch it. Let's try catching. Whoa! Look at that. It's raining sandwiches. Thank you all, Nene. Oh, and I still have some Mountain Dew, too. Okay, for those of you with that auditory disability where the sound of someone biting into something makes you die a little inside, plug your ears. There's one pretty popular video I have about the GameCube, and the people who have that auditory disorder, shall we say, they comment. They say, "Oh, well, because I don't need a plate, thank you." But there's one part where I'm editing the video, and I just record myself while I'm editing the video to insert an editor's note. And when I do that, I take a big slurp out of a cup. And the people that have the auditory disorder, they're like, why did you do this? Why? You ruined the whole video. Anyway. Okay, so let's see. I am going to double check on this. If that comment is supposed to go on top or the side. I think that the comment of the type def goes on top. But I don't want to lead people astray. Yeah, okay, comment goes on top for a type def, but on the side for the parameter. Excellent. So I show this. I think I should show. I think I should show this right here. Let me just copy these both together. Okay, there's a button. All right, so last slide in this section should be. But if you want to cut out the middleman, let's see. think I want to do, let's see. Actually, all of these need to be indented by 2. Because I'm going to cut that out, and I'm going to cut that out. I'm going to say we're going to look at maybe we should on this one just do through 99. Let me go back. Okay, we're going to get back to tuples, I promise, but just remember this thing about the function. So you can't do this, you can't do this. That's a bug. But if you want, you can cut out the middleman. Yeah, there we go. So I think also, let's tone that down 1 notch. That seems a little too loud. Just 1 notch too loud there. So let's tone that down. And then I think I'll repeat this 1 more time just so that it can be seen in its complete form. So we'll just do this. Do-do, and then there we are. By the way, I believe it's the period. Yeah, the period. So if you do something in Vim where you enter into edit mode and then you do a thing and then you hit escape, then if you hit the period, it will repeat whatever it was from the time you went into insert mode until you hit escape. So in that case, I was deleting 2 spaces. Of course, I might have been able to do that just by indenting or unindenting, but I don't know what my indent is set to. It's set to 4. I should probably set it back down to 2. Okay, so there's that. Now let's get back to tuples. But I just don't have a good example for this. That's the problem. Hey, everybody. I'm just working on a presentation. I'm talking about what I'll be teaching and then kind of doing a little bit of, I'll go through the slides a little bit and I'll show, okay, yeah. That, you know, I'll rehearse a line. Feel free to drop comments, ask questions. You can talk to me about Go as well. I am going to try to find a project where I used a tuple because I've done it. It's come in handy. I just don't remember why. So let's see. I'm looking at some code right now on the other screen. Let's see. No. Kill all RG. Okay, at type def. Come on now. I don't know the project that I was working on. where I had need of a tuple. But I will just go with the example we have. So we'll say that it needs to be a string, and then a number, and then an array of person. It's kind of a, I don't know. I don't like this. That's typically not what we'd need to do. I'm going to go with the way that it would be done in Go, because at least then I can explain it. And we could call this foo results. And then how would I use this? Thanks, appreciate. I appreciate the well wishes, quick. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to just drop this one, think on it a little bit more, and come back to it later. I will, because the syntax is there, and I can show the syntax, but the use case is just not strong in JavaScript. What's up, sweetie?
Mario number 82. Do you have Elsa one for the bar?
No, Elsa is not in Mario. Rosalina is in Mario. Rosalina kind of looks like Elsa.
Said yes. Mama said yes.
Okay. Well, go ahead and play. If you want to play Rosalina, Rosalina kind of looks like Elsa. Oh, Mommy didn't say you could play. Uh-oh. What kind of pushback have you gotten when proposing JSDoc versus TS, and do you find any to be valid? Well, I would say the main pushback is that if you haven't watched this presentation, it really sucks to work through the quirks.
It's okay to be in my Elsa.
Okay. If Mommy said it's okay, but you better double check with Mommy, then you can... Oh my goodness. Great. Well, go ahead and do it. Hold on one second. I don't know, sweetie. What was I saying? Oh, pushback on JSDoc. Again, I cannot stress enough. Anybody who believes that TypeScript was made for JavaScript, they're not in touch with reality. The store is closed? Which store? Oh, yeah. Yeah. So you'll have to get an Elsa dress another day. Elsa costume a different day. Okay, so again, reset. The problem with JSDoc is that JSDoc was made for Java. It was not made for JavaScript. So a lot of the syntax of JSDoc itself doesn't really make sense for JavaScript. It is a very ancient syntax that is meant for a different language. It is a port of JavaDoc. Likewise, TypeScript is a port of C#. TypeScript is not a superset of JavaScript. It is TypeScript glued on, or it is C# glued on to JavaScript. And so the tooling for using the TypeScript checker with JavaScript works, But the most rudimentary things, for example, what I talked about with you have to use at callback, you can't use at function. This is just insane. The idea that TypeScript doesn't know what a function is, that just blows my mind. That the fact that you can only use callback, because basically they kind of went in it with the idea of, well, if you're doing all this hierarchical class stuff, you would never put a function on an object because you'd create a class. But JavaScript, the basis of JavaScript is just functions and objects. That is what JavaScript is. And so a lot of the patterns that you have in Java and that you have in C# just don't match up with the patterns that you would produce in poor man's plain old JavaScript. And so that I think is the big thing against it, is the tooling is mediocre. If you like using JavaScript because you don't want to be using C#, because you don't like C#, then it gives you an edge to be able to work with vanilla JavaScript. But the tooling is not designed for JavaScript, and it shows. And as you play around with these very primitive and basic JavaScript patterns, you'll find strange edge cases that just make you go, huh? So that said, if you have this presentation handy, I think you have a strong case, because you can land with, this is how it's done in JavaScript, rather than having to fight through all of these bits and pieces and you'd be pulling your hair out, because it's very difficult to convince someone this is the way to do it when you can't show them the way to do it. And that's where I'm hoping that my presentation, I'm hoping that this presentation makes a broader impact than just UtahJS. I'm hoping that this is something that I can post to Reddit or whatever and actually get some notoriety for, in terms of providing the people who want this really the best resource on how to do it. Okay. So, we did see just now, this is my tuple example. And this is appropriate. So I think the best thing that I can do is actually use this. What's it called? Because this really happened. Okay. So I think I'll demonstrate it like this. Let's say you wanted to have a result object like what you have in Go. Then you could do person error equals await person dot get by ID. And again, this is not the way that I actually suggest you write code. So let's see, maybe I bring this around like this. And I kind of want all of these examples to be numbered. that also makes it easier. Well, in this example, it doesn't, but as a general rule, that makes it easier to talk about on line 12 here. Well, good luck getting 12 lines on a slide, but you know what I'm saying. Easier for somebody to ask a question about. So I think I'll show this, and then I'll show this is how you might use it. You know. Again, I don't remember. Does Zig have tuples? Zig, tuples. How to declare tuple types. Oh yeah, look, I think it does. Yeah. So I think in the case of a typed language, I don't think there's any difference between a tuple and a struct in its memory representation, except for when you're printing for debug. Okay. So that's what it would look like. Oops, let's say all right, so the idea is, let me get to the slide so I can just kind of practice this for a second. What was I going to show here? Oh, all right, so you did go, and then that looks like this. Got it. So multi-value types. So we're talking about structs and tuples. When you get to my first mention of structs. So structs and tuples. So structs. They are POJO. That is to say they are plain old JavaScript. Okay. So here's a blast from the recent past. If you remember, we had our function, our greeter function. Gosh, it's going to trip me up so bad to want to say callback instead of function because the word is right there. You know, it's like when you write colors, if you write pink in green letters and then you write green in pink letters and then you ask somebody to read the colors, it just, the same kind of thing here. It's just, it's so, whatever. So basically what we have here is there's a single parameter that's other, and it's got two properties on it. So what we could do is we could raise that up into a person type, and all types, I kind of thinking that I might omit because the typedef object is actually optional, and I'm wondering if I shouldn't just get rid of that because it doesn't help in the way that you might hope. Because if this were working correctly, then what I could do is I could typedef, say person, and I could then say typedef person with friends. And then person with friends would be person, and then underneath I would put, oh, whoops, those still say param, and they need to say prop. So I'm glad we went through this again. All right, so then, so this needs to be prop. That needs to be prop as well. Ram, prop. And this is a gotcha. I really should mention this gotcha. Because it is one that just sucks so much. Because param and prop look the same, it's easy to forget. I am checking comments, by the way, so feel free to ask questions. Okay, there we go. So structs. And same thing here. All right, so I'm just going to put a big caution here. So we got at param and param versus prop. Okay, type def person. Whoops, that always gets me. Yeah, so technically we could do this. I'm not sure which I want to do. I'm going to put that in my to-dos. Where are my to-dos at? So I'm going to go with type def object. Okay. Yeah, I might go back on that. So this is a gotcha to watch out for. And then say, okay, and technically, so again, 1 through 99. Just throw that in there. And then say, technically, you actually can have, callback with a param and a prop. And what that would look like would be function greet other greet dot other equals person. So this is why we have this incompatibility in the syntax. So at prop, at param can't alias at prop. Okay, here we go again. Let me know if that's too loud out there. I don't know if y'all hear it. I think it's not really a bug. It is just a caution. I mix up param. I'm going to say prop and param. Even though, okay, prop and param. all the time. Do we have a pulling your hair out emoji? We need one of those. So param literally and syntactically we can't have the one alias the other. It's just not doable because of the syntax. Okay, that's the point I wanted to make there. All right, and maybe we'll get onto the tuples now. Okay, so tuples. Okay, so tuples aren't that useful in JavaScript because okay, so warning, prop versus param. So you can have a callback greeter. Oh, whoops, and let me go ahead and fix that. I knew that looked weird. Okay. I need to get that in there. Okay, now this should not look so wonkadonk. There we are. And I think this needs to be its own slide first, just because it's too distracting. And then I think we're gonna drop that there, next this, and I don't want to. Often when I'm making the slides, I get too caught up on these little details, and I'm trying not to do that this time. Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of this, that, or the other. Hold on. Sorry, I'm speaking in partial thoughts right now. Well, anyway, what I was saying is I'm trying not to go too far down the rabbit hole. In terms of the details of how the presentation is presented. Oops, I said can't. It should be can't alias. Okay, so why can't just be an alias of prop? I'm trying to get more of the slides done without getting caught up on the little. And the thing is, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So I just so 2, 3. Okay. Okay, now now we're at tuples as a struct, but indexed rather than named. All right, so if you're a Go developer, you get this. Oops. Actually, I kind of want to just make this additive. So I think all three of these things can show up on the screen. So again, I'm getting a little bit too much into the bit of the slides rather than the material that's important to the presentation. But in this particular case, well, for better or for worse, it's what I'm doing. And we'll just get rid of this. Oh, did somebody... Oh, was there a comment that I didn't see? Because this way you're referencing defining types comes away of writing the logic. Oh, you said times, but I think you meant types. I think it was a typo on your end. So you're looking at old comments here. By the way, welcome everybody that's coming along. If you find this useful, entertaining, helps you fall asleep, whatever, consider a like, sub, follow, and remember, if you like what you like, you get more of what you like. Also, if you like what you like, you get more of what you like. I need to practice saying that 10 times fast so that I don't trip on my tongue on it. But there's also a link to the Discord that just popped in down below a minute ago. And then a link to creedsofcraftsmanship.com. So if defining types is in the way of your logic, then that's very poor logic you're using. Oops. Well, he's talking about transitioning a code base, so that there are certain patterns that don't transition well. Yeah, that comment was made an hour ago. Well, something like that. All right, this is what I want to do. Bring this in, bring this in. Okay. And then I'm going to do similar with this one. Because we're actually going to keep this. We're going to bring that in. And then we're going to bring in this final comment, and that's going to make the slide pop. So, and then we need to have, whoops. That, okay. This looks like this should be right now. Okay. So go in Rust, get this, but in JavaScript, typically the syntax is to use like this, to go like this, not that. So therefore, you know, JavaScript devs get this. And I think on this one where we bring that in, I can actually put that away, and then we can wrap that up in a bow. Okay. So then story time. So oh, what did I do here? So then I'll say, and story time, I very rarely use tuples in JavaScript. They come in handy on occasion, but the only occasion that comes to my mind is the socket.io. Socket.io, the way that it packs its socket information. Yeah, so I think I could do this. And I'll answer that question in the comment here in just a second. So we can say at type socket IO data. Result equals event name. What is the event name? Say something like this: source I don't remember. And I think I do want to change this up a little bit. I just want to demonstrate that this thing happened. And again, let's stick with the convention of always showing line numbers. Just for funsies on this one. The first line of that second example. There we go. Okay, there we go. Socket.io data. Maybe I could just call these EV name, EV data. Oh. I could just call it event name. Call it like that, maybe. Whoop. And I need to adjust this. Bring this up to here and boopy doopy. There we are. Okay. So I think that's good. So I can say, okay, here's the case in the real world where I use this. I was doing something with Socket.io. I didn't want to use the Socket.io library. I was parsing it myself. And they kind of followed this tuple format for their results in one of the events. What's that, sweetie? Your teeth aren't hurting anymore? Did you take them out? Oh, okay. Okay, now let's take a step back here. Welcome, Josue. Everybody say hello, Josue. And whatever the heck a Calcadon 1900 is. Calcadon. Okay. Is the data auto animate a CSS feature or a JS lib feature? Okay, so here, I actually don't like the way the person decided to do this. I've seen there are other Markdown slides that have a better syntax for this. I think they do like this, and then basically have a what do we call it? The header, front matter. Kind of have a front matter for every slide. So you do dash dash dash, and then you can put in the properties you want. But this is just the way that Markdown Slides works. And I will again copy the link here if you're interested in how I do my slides. That's how I do my slides. There's the link. And if you go to beyondcodebootcamp.github.io, beyondcodebootcamp.github.io, and you look at the presentations, and you can see the source of the presentation. So if you want to go see the sources, you can see the sources. Almost all of the what was I going to mention specifically? I don't remember what I was going to mention specifically, but they're here. The presentations are here, and how I generate them is in this Markdown file. So if you want to see how I've done any of them, if you want to see what they look like, they're here. And that's that. Okay. I have been at this for almost 3 hours now. I was estimating that I will have to spend about, well, at least 10 hours on this presentation. It's a 20-minute presentation, so if I'm going to do the presentation well, then I'm going to be spending at least 20 hours on the presentation in total. Probably more than that, because there's going to be, well, maybe not. We'll see. I don't know how close I am to done. Feels like I'm getting there. With just the slides. But then I need to practice, because this is actually going to be at a conference that has some notoriety. And so the meetups, we're doing a lot of spitballing. Things aren't really polished. We have discussion in the middle of the meetup and then go on a tangent. This presentation has to be a very focused style, and I want to nail the time constraint. So first, I got to create the material. I got to present it. Then I have to trim down the material. I want to head off the Q&A if I can, and I also need to create a utility that does what the first few slides show is how to configure your JS config, and I just want to create a utility that does that, because it's not worth explaining. It's a lot easier to say, there's a couple of options you need to change. Here's a link to describing those changes. Here's the command you run to do it. Okay. So, oh, but I guess I didn't really answer that question specifically. It is probably a combination of both. There's probably some JavaScript that looks for a data auto animate tag and then applies a class to it. It also does a diff. The JavaScript does a diff between the two slides to determine if it can just add something or move something, or how it should animate. So it's mostly the logic for how it should animate, or rather what should animate, is in JavaScript, but the animation itself, I believe, is generated CSS. CSS is generated from the JavaScript. Okay, so now we're at this next bit. I think we've covered multi-values. So now part 3 is we need to cover collections. So 2.0, multiple values. We'll go down to this later. So now we need to cover collection types. And the collection types are going to be, structs and tuples. Collection types are going to be objects, or are going to be maps and lists. At some point I need to address see, maybe right at the beginning of structs and tuples. So first thing is, yeah, I think the first slide actually needs to be, you know, the term object doesn't mean in JavaScript, but it means in other places, and the term. So I think before we even get to this part, I think I can say, you know, the term object, an object just refers to curly brackets, and array just refers to square brackets. So, you know, I'm going to say maybe syntax versus semantics. So let's say side note. So before we go on, I just want to point out that in JavaScript, object refers to a syntax, namely that you're using curly braces, whereas array also refers to a syntax, namely that you're using curly braces, for data. So these terms, object and array, aren't really useful semantically because they don't carry any intention or meaning. So no intention / meaning. So I think I want to put that in there just to avoid confusion. So we have object notation. Yes. And then we have array notation. But this doesn't actually have anything to do with whether something is an object or an array. There we go. Yeah, that'll be good. Good. So let's put this in here. Oops, 3 period. What? Don't you tell me. Come on, man. Collection types. Oh, I didn't actually call it 3. All right. So collection types are maps and lists. So first we'll talk about maps. So maps. Let's see, maps. That's typically lists. So this is collections. How'd that happen? I can't tell you that I've ever accidentally hit opening parenthesis instead of C before. But I guess on the Dvorak keyboard, the open paren is just above. And I am using the Magic Keyboard 2, which has extremely light key presses, so I must have just grazed. That was interesting, though. So collections of the same or like types. Let's do. Okay. So they're called collection. The collection types are collections of the same or like types. So map. So actually, at first I want to start with lists. I want to start with list first. Because we could do, this just makes a lot of sense. And I think might do it this way. Fruit equals apples. I'm probably going to do some things that aren't actually fruit in here because, you know, I'm an American. We don't know what fruit is. So, okay, a fruit is where there is a edible flesh surrounding a seed that isn't a berry. Because if it's a berry, it's not necessarily a fruit. If it's a single berry, no, a fruit is. So we've got drupes. The only drupe I know of is an avocado. But apples are a fruit. Bananas are a fruit. Grapes are not a berry. Whatever. We'll go with it. Apples, bananas, grapes. Okay. So yeah, there's not too much interest in here. This is pretty vanilla. Maybe we should do flavors instead. Nah, it'd be punny in a way that wouldn't add value. I had vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, and I said, this is pretty vanilla stuff. And you get the pity laughs. Yeah. Okay, so this is pretty simple. At some point, I have to do template types as well. Those are ever so slightly useful. But I think that's that's all that need to be done about lists. Lists is just super duper simple. I could say, no, well, so I kind of want this to be on each of these. Let's go ahead and put that there. By the way, for those of you watching in, feel free to ask questions. It doesn't have to be necessarily about types of JavaScript, but it could be about something else. But it could be about JavaScript types. So lists. Then we could say, well, you could type def this, but you know, just because you can doesn't mean you should. So you could do a type def fruits. No, I'm not going to put this in this part because we're going to talk about metatypes later, and I think I'll talk about metatypes then. Well, I'll put it here for now because I'm thinking about it now, and this is a natural place for it to go. You know, so I'm just going to say, type the things, not the collections. Okay, that should be good. And that's it. That's lists. Lists are pretty simple. All right, so we go from lists to maps. So we're looking at lists, we're looking at lists, we're looking at lists. And then now, boom, we're looking at maps. And what do we want to say about maps? Pretty much this is the same thing. And then, well, maybe, use a list when the index is meaningful. There we go. All right, let's take a look at what that looks like. Let me just see what the feel of the flow is as I go through this bit about lists. So this is the only time I ever had something about tuples. Okay, so now let's move on to collection types. And when I say collection types, what I mean is collections of the same or like types. Collections. Is there another way to say? So it's not necessarily it could be a list, it could be a set. I think the small is actually too small in this case. I'm going to pull that off. Again, don't let me get caught up in these little minutia things. I need to finish the slides, then go back and say, oh, this is too big, this is too small, this is the wrong color. But so then we have our collection types. And what I mean by collection types is a bunch of things of the same or like type. Whoops, a bunch of things. I did not want that. Thank you very much. There we go. A bunch of things. So collections are a bunch of things, the same or like types. I actually do want this. You can't. So because this is technically the same line, if we want to do this this way, I think we have to do it this way. I think this will work, but I'm not 100% sure. I actually don't think it will. Yeah, that's not what I want, unfortunately. So I have to actually have this be double spaced because for whatever reason it treats, I think it's because it goes in the same p tag. So a bunch of things of the same or like types. That's maps and lists. So in JavaScript, we can do maps and lists. Lists, let's start with lists. Lists are very simple. It is your classical array. So let's say that you had this, that makes sense. Okay, so let's say you have a list of fruits that's of array type string. And then I do want to give one other example there because I just don't think that that's a really great example. I mean, it is an example, it works, but I don't think it's a really great example. I think we could make this a little bit better. Let's say that we had this and it was, okay, so we're going to do this one is name. And these actually, to avoid ambiguity, they actually should be singular because we're looking at, this should be fruits, plural. And then we're talking about categories of fruit. So these are the categories of fruit. So name, apple, say calories, 50. Same thing here. We can do banana. Just make this really short. Calories 125 or something. Actually, let's go just for fun. Calories in an apple. Let's just get a number that's close in the ballpark. 93. Okay. So we'll say apple has 90 calories. Calories in a banana. Banana for scale, 105. I'm gonna get a big banana. Mine's gonna have 115. Oh, I'll go just 105. That's fine. Okay, so banana, banana, banana. Does anybody know what that song is? Because that was stuck in my head the other day, and I cannot remember it. Banana, na 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 na. I think it's Ace of Base, not Ace of Base. Banana, na 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 na, banana, na 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 na, banana, na 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 na. But I think it's contemporary to Ace of Base. Could it be Ace of Base? If it was Ace of Base, hold on one second. Ace of Base, top hits. Don't turn around. I think, yeah, it's got that feeling. It's got that kind of cadence of Ace of Base, but I don't remember what it is. I don't know. If you can help me out with that, that'd be awesome. Anyway, all right, so we got fruit, and we're going to say that this is an array of fruit. So there we go. So here is a list. This kind of makes sense to type. I feel a little bit better about this. I'm gonna try ask Siri real quick on this. Hey Siri, what's a song that goes like na 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 na? What? What is it? Kylie Minogue? Kylie what? What are you saying, honey? All right, well, my wife's gonna figure it out. Good. Okay, so it's a 90s song. I think that might be it. It's definitely got the same na 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 as I'm thinking, but then it doesn't follow up with the na 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 na. It sounds like it's a it's got a lot of similarity. We're all trying to figure it out, folks. Can't get you out of my head. Is that one called Can't Get You Out of My Head? Okay, it is. That makes yes. Yes. Thank you, Walter. Thank you, wife. Okay, I'm going to give that a listen because I can't get it out of my head the past couple of weeks. Yeah, the bassiness that's coming over, or not bassy, but there's a punchiness that I don't remember being in the song, but it's probably because it's coming out of her iPhone rather than being on headphones where the sounds are more even and you've got more dynamic range that makes sense. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Okay, so this is a good example. You can type this to be fruits. But the one thing about this is this is inferred. So where was I going to show? Right here. But that's moot. It's already inferred. Okay. So here's a better example where there's okay, and then I'm going to say to this one, to this one, to this one. So I'm going to put a little quack here. I'm going to go a little quack. Do we have a duck? Rubber ducky? I think we got a rubber ducky. Rubber ducky, you're the one. Yeah. What? Come on now. I thought we had an actual rubber duck emoji. We don't have a rubber duck emoji? Quack. Duck goes quack, and the seal goes oh, oh, oh. All right. So that will give me a little bit to talk about on this one. Go through. Yeah, so this is just going to be a reminder for me to say, I think I actually want to move this to be number 3. 2, 3, yeah. Maybe I'll do 1, 3 here. Okay, so this can't necessarily be inferred because there's a multitude of types that could match. I love peanut M&Ms.
Then we can buy them.
Well, thank you so much. Are y'all going to the store? Oh, okay.
We might go to
IKEA. Furniture for college kids and divorced men. IKEA. Or in my case, people that bought a house so expensive that they can't afford the furniture. Alrighty, so I'm going to put this, again, there's a little bit of tedium here, but I think this is important. So one thing to note, you can create a type alias, which we'll talk about in just a second, for an array of strings and call it fruits, but my general advice, and I think this is just good software engineering practice, is you type the things, not the collection. Okay. So with that, so you want to use a list when the index is meaningful. So I think I'm going to go back to maps. Oops. So we got maps and lists. So let's go back to this at the end. And I'm going to get rid of that. Grab this. I'm going to put this down here. Okay. List for when the index is meaningful. Map for when the ID so I say cache versus let's say maybe a cache. Order or index is meaningful when. Okay, so maps. We got similar situation with maps. I think I could probably just copy a couple of these slides. Yeah, I think I'm going to put in my to-dos here because we're going to need to come back around to this. So fruit-like maybe? Fruit-like type? We'll see. Some of these things, it's kind of difficult to tell which order they go in, and so I think I can just preview them before and then come back and show a previous example with some modification to it, and that should be fine. All right, so maps. Maps is going to be same thing as before. Well, we wouldn't really map a string, would we? Yeah, I don't really want to try to make that example. That'd just be wasting time. I'm going to take this example because this example is good. When I say that, what I mean is I could try to show, well, here's an example of the mapping strings to each other, but that just doesn't work. Wait, what did I do here? So I'm going to try to show idiomatic examples, not contrived examples, in as much as I am able. And I should be pretty darn able. So let's see. We could say they're green, yellow, red. These are the colors of an apple. Then we could say banana. This is kind of a tough one to do. Colors are green, yellow. Really, all bananas are yellow. You don't have a ripe banana that's not yellow. I think ripe plantains can be red, but those aren't bananas. Unless they are. Is a plantain a subcategory of banana, or is a banana a subcategory of plantain? Are there red bananas? Because there's like, I said like, dang it. There's baby plantains, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I just need an example. What's a property? Was there a property that one type of plant would have and another plant would not? So I could demonstrate likeness. Okay, is there a syntax error in here? I'm just wondering why this isn't auto-formatting. If I do this, will it auto-format then? Nope, it's not auto-formatting. There's not a syntax error either, is there? I don't think so. Okay, so... Okay.
Okay, honey, I'm gonna go and do some returns since we're going to IKEA, so it'll be a couple hours.
Okay, I may, when I get done with this, I don't know. Might go for another ride or something, take a break. Let's see. I'm not going to get done with this, actually. I'm probably just going to get it to a point where I need to take a break. Okay. Anyway, I'm not really sure. Okay, I don't like this example. I'm just going to say I don't like this example, but we're going to move on from it. Because I can change the example later. So, maps. I do want to come back around to the quacky bit. Plant. So I think there you're giving an enum because you are saying you're saying a plant can be a perennial or an annual. That's an either or, right? So it's not that the plant takes two type annotations, one being perennial and annual. It would be that a plant, so that this would be, let's say that we're going to take your example there, Walter. If we wanted to type that, the way we would type def that would be, but I think I'll use this in the slides later. I think I'm going to save this one for later. So we do type def, and I always dislike how the Java-esque style where you declare the type of the type before you declare the type. So this would be perennial pipe annual. And what what this would mean is that you can have a plant, and the plant can be a perennial plant or it can be an annual plant. So if you take all the perennials and all of the annuals and you essentially union them together, this would be considered a type. No, this would be, sorry. This is an enum. If you take all of the set the set of perennials and the set of annuals, and you union the set together, then you have the enum type, because any perennial or any annual can be a plant. Only annuals can be annuals, only perennials can be perennials, but any annual or perennial can be a plant. But that would be, that's not technically a union type. That's an enum, because a union would be if you say, if we take all the properties of an annual and all the properties of the perennial, we can union the properties together, and then we would get a new type that is neither a perennial nor an annual, but is the best of both, which I'm actually going to show that later as well. I'll go ahead and make that example too, so I don't forget it, because I had it top of mind, and that was, we had the typedef object person. So we had typedef object with friends, and then I was going to do at prop, and then we were going to do an array of person. Whoops, like this. And then we were going to do another typedef, which I would actually prefer to write it a different way, and I think I'll make note of that. And then that would be person with friends would be if we took person and we union the person type with the with friend type, and then we get the person with friends type. I'll save that for later. Okay. I think my brain is slowing down a little bit. I think I do need a break here soon. All right, so we've got these. This is pretty much the same as the other one, the same as the other example. I'm just going to say this is how we can type that, and then I'm going to have, so there's a type alias for this, which is that these two things are the same. So if we look at, if we do record, these are the same, but I prefer the first one. Maybe we can actually do this. Because it's more universal. Okay, so I'm going to say I prefer the first one. And then what you can't do with this is you cannot declare an object with let's see. So we'll say, here's what you can't do. So boop, boop, and then this one too, right? Boop. And the reason for that is object keys are always strings. So we can't do that bit. Maybe I should just, for the sake of this example, maybe I should just cut the bananas. I think I will. Banana. Boom. I'm just going to cut the banana so that I can have this like that. And this makes more sense. And then I would need to fix all the places where I have this running. Okay, so not that big of a deal. All right. So maps. So I actually do want those as two separate things. So I'm going to go back. Okay, let's take a look at this then. All right, so we got maps. So there's this one syntax, but then there's also this record type. But I prefer this type. It's more general. Now, what you can't do, though, I think it's kind of weird about this, is you can't actually change the type from string to anything else because object keys are always strings. Oops. So what's the point? Well, and that's where I'll insert this next one. So I'll get this out of the way. For documentation purposes, so okay, what you could do, Apple, whoops, I think it has to be done like this at this point. Apple, banana. That's good. So let's actually type def this because I don't like the way that looks even on the slide. And I wouldn't write it like that in real life. So I'm going to do, so I'm going to say at type def. Fruit names. What we could do. Okay, so this would be 2 and, well, it's just the whole thing. It's not that big of a deal. Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm AJ. I am working on a talk for the UtahJS conference. Somehow I'm going to have to fit, it's literally, if somebody gives a good presentation at a conference, they have spent an entire work week on it. There's probably some people that are really talented that can, you know, they're naturals at the presentation flow and everything. But if somebody gives a really good presentation, I think that, yes, sweetie. No. Oh no. I'm not gonna. I can't play with you, sweetie. Not right now. Because just as a general rule of any type of content, it's 1 hour per minute, whatever it is. If it's a book, if it's a video, if it's a presentation, 1 hour per minute is probably the minimum. Or maybe if you're super proficient, you know, this is what you do as a profession, 1 hour per minute. And so just to create the slides is one thing, but then I got to present the slides a couple of times. I got to make adjustments. So that's going to be another few hours. But the main thing is just getting this first iteration of the slides out and trying to make sure that everything's there. This is supposed to be a deep dive. So it's actually okay if there's a little bit too much information, as long as people have this as reference material that they can go back. I do want to cover the whole thing if I can. That's up to mommy. Okay, So what was I was gonna say something here. I was gonna say, so you can do narrowing this way. I don't think I want to go into this one right now. I'll leave it there for now. It is good music, but I'm not listening to the music right now, sweetie. Yeah, I'm just not. Okay, perennial. We got the plant thing going on here. I was going to show. Oh, and I remember what I was going to say for this one. I was going to say, yeah. So now we're back in the realm where this is kind of tuple-ish. I might move these out because I don't know that they're really relevant to. This is a useful pattern, but I'm not sure that it's useful to the object notation. Well, it is useful for the description that I'm giving. I think. Y'all be the judge. Okay. So with a type, you can specify with a map. You can specify with this syntax object dot. The string is always going to be key, and then you can pick the type that it's going to hold. But what you can't do is, as I said, it has to be a string. You can't have the key be a number, but because object keys are always strings. But what you can do is you could, for the purposes of documentation, so that when somebody sees the documentation of this, they see this is supposed to be a fruit name, then you could alias string to fruit name. We'll talk about aliases in a minute. And so you could do it for the purpose of documentation. You could change that, but then also you can create an enum of allowed values. If there is a finite set of values, you could do something like that. And this isn't generally useful. It kind of becomes tuple-ish, but there are a couple of cases here and there, so it's worth mentioning. Okay, so now I'm done. I think I'm done with maps. Let me take a look at some of my notes that I had. So in terms of the basic types, we might be 3/4 through the presentation now. Let's see, so I've got that in the presentation. I don't have the utility types. That's kind of important. JS doc cheat sheet, that's going to be important to put in there. Gil Taylor's blog, there's going to be another of these blogs are going to be important to put in there. Oh, that's a good resource. Let's see, that probably needs to be in some of the setup. Oh, and I am going to need to show how to do the interface. That is that's a tip and trick. I think I'll have the last section will be tips and tricks. There's a couple other things that are useful to know. So we got tuples down. The import syntax, we have to talk about that. And I think this box example would be great to use as a real example. Oh, type guards. We got to talk about type guards. Yeah. Gosh. And we have to talk about the template where the result you get back is of the same type as what you put in. So for utility functions. All right, love you. Well, that's a tough one. What? Hmm. I think there's one more example I want to put in there. So. I don't know if I'd put checks by that really. Okay, so string any. Oh, sweet. That is a wrench. That's the wrench I need for the four-wheeler. Oh, that means that the four-wheeler's going to go back up on the lift. Now that the wrench is here, I can disassemble the rear axle. Well, not the axle is a solid part, but the rear end. I can disassemble the rear end. Oh, and do some stuff that I'm probably going to screw up and have to have somebody else fix when I'm done. Okay. Um, I'm going to put this. Oh. Okay, so this one, yeah. All right, so now types of types. Let's get back to our types of types. Actually, I want to look at that here. Okay. So we talked about collection. Now we're on to the meta. So we're on the home stretch, but this may be as much work as the rest of these were. So this might be a good time for me to take a break, go for a ride or something. Hmm. Let me think on that for a minute. Sorry, just need to check a couple messages there. Well, I didn't need to. My brain is, I'm at the point where I've spent my focus that I've got, and so I think I do need to get this done today, and I've got other work that I need to get done today as well. But I've been on this for almost 4 hours now, and let me see. That's really easy. That's really easy. That's really easy. Um, Maybe I could go through this pretty quickly. Let me, I've got a few more minutes here. I'm going to try especially to stay away from anything with the transitions and just do the slides. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of all that stuff, because if I reframe this, sorry, this is jumping topics, but this is some of the first slides that I inserted. You know, why even bother with JavaScript? Yada, yada, yada. Why not TypeScript? Yada, yada, yada. I think if I just open with, this talk is really for people who are interested in very simple type systems like what you get with Go and Zig. And it's particularly not for people that like expansive hierarchical type systems like C++, C# or Java, C++, TypeScript, and Java. Or just languages like C++ and TypeScript, something like, yeah. Anyway, if I just with that, I don't think I need to go through any of this, because if you know that you buy into those things, and these slides are pointless. I'll be happy to delete them. Okay. And I don't think I really need to, say why types. Yeah, I can slim down those quite a bit. I got a bunch of duck type stuff here. Okay, I didn't remember that. Hey, oh, look, a lot of this information actually is here. New types. Okay. This is the time where I may actually need to open this up in a different editor to be able to, because I'm perusing this more like a document than like code, and Vim is not necessarily the best editor for documents. Okay. All this stuff about primitives here. Yeah, so now we need to enter into section 4, but I think I do need to take a breather before I go into it. I'll take a look over what's already here real quick, because I think there may be some good stuff that's already here, but I think I need to walk away from this rather than continue on with it. So we got the maps. And then there was one thing that I had here, maps and lists. So I did have this. And I have to figure out what to delete from this as we go. Okay. So this is going to be meta types. We'll just call this meta types. So let me go with what I've got on the list here. Okay, so the first of the meta types I'm going to put down is type alias. Which is also known as, or aka marker type. And then a great example of this would be typedef string fruit name. So let's see, number, salary. Or are there any strings that really make a lot of sense here? Okay, so type aliases improve documentation. Type aliases are marker types. The primary purpose of them is to improve documentation. So that when you look at something, let's see, salary might not be right here. Dollars. And then salary would be of type dollars, let's say. Yeah, this will make sense for this. Okay, so and then you can do let salary equals $1 million. Okay. Let's see if I can show that like that. Maybe. Okay, let's see what this looks like. I'm just kind of curious. Let's go back over here. It's also known as a marker type. And the purpose of it is it just improves documentation. So you could say salary is $1 million. Also, if you happen to be using numbers, if you didn't know, you can use underscores as part of a number. Okay, quack. Okay, I don't want to do the quack yet. So the next thing that I want to talk about is a new type. Actually, I think that was the first thing that so let's say So what we don't have is what's called a new type. But I still think it's important that people know what a new type is and why we don't have them. So what a new type is would be, let's say that we're going to take a salary and we're going to divide it by some number. So the pay period is, I don't know how we would do this, but let's say pay periods is equal to 24. You get paid twice a month. And then let pay is salary divided by pay periods. So error. Okay. Dum, 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 dum. So that's implicitly just a number. I think I want to be able to show that. So if that's just a number, three, okay, and then this would be 2, 3, and one more of these. 4 and 5. Boom. All right, see, I'm getting tired and I'm not even talking out loud anymore when I'm talking about this stuff. All right, so new type. So I'll give you an example of a new type. So we don't have new types, and let me give you an example of a new type. Through 99. And I think we just actually get rid of this one. I think we just start out with this. So let's say the previous example, we want to, whoops. Thank goodness for syntax highlighting, right? Am I right? Okay. So let's take our previous example. Let's say our salary is $1 million. Pretty sweet salary. And if we've typed that as dollars, and let's say we've got pay periods, and we've got 24 pay periods, we're paid bi-monthly, and that's just a number. Then what would happen? Whoa. There we go. Okay, then what would happen if we were to divide, save, divide, come on. Oh, this probably needs to be fixed in several places. Okay, I'll go fix it here, and I'll go fix it up here, and I'll go fix it up here, and I'll go fix it up, nope, no more. Okay. So what's going to happen if you try to divide a salary that's of type dollars by pay periods that's of type numbers? Well, you would get an error. And there's a lot of situations where this would be really nice, but it doesn't work in JavaScript. Quack. Why not? Because JavaScript is JIT optimized. Is that why it doesn't work? Because we need a bunch of loosey-goosey types. Quack. So that's because it is duck typed, so that we can have loosey-goosey type inference. I don't know if those are actually good reasons. I might just get rid of that slide. Okay, so that covers the new types. Now, did I already have new types in here before? Because I may have. No, I did not have new type in here before. New type, new types. Oh, I did have. Oh, this is actually a really good example. This is a better example than what I had. So I probably need to go back and look at this stuff. So new types. I also had type aliases, right? Marker types. Okay, I already had this. There was no need for me to redo this. I just the time that I just spent there was dumb. Well, it isn't necessarily better. Okay, Y types. Okay, so I already had those. Maybe I'll mix those together again. Value enums. So do I have anywhere here something about enums? Enums. Okay, so let me go ahead and do that. Just so I got it in here. All right, so we got enums, and we got value, so type enums, and then value enums. So you may be familiar with value enums because it's something like 0 is, let's just put some code in here. I'll say const 0, no, say none is equal to 0, and viewer is equal to 1, and editor is equal to 2, and owner is equal to 3. So Uh-oh, that's not what I wanted. There we go. All right, Walter, thanks for joining in. Have a good one. Yeah, I'm not always working on lesson material like this, but most of the time I'm doing work stuff. But yeah, just check the tag, and if it's something you're interested in, you're always welcome. Okay, so we got value enums, and then but I want to say yeah, we've got value enums, but that's not what we're talking. So this is just really this is weak sauce. Just small weak sauce. Yeah, so these are not value enums. These are weak sauce. There we go, weak sauce enums. Okay, so what's a good value enum? Value enum is going to be something like we've already showed this before. Apple, banana, grape. You know, for consistency in this presentation, and just in general, I think it's much better if I do oh, whoops, let me do it this way. Okay, I don't even type F. I don't know. If I'm doing a type alias kind of thing, okay. Okay, so if we add this, we say let fruit equals pear, monkey. There we go. Well, this example would be actually much better because some of these, yeah, the way that you give the example makes a big difference. So I think some of these I actually need to check out where I'm doing the at type, because the at type is not really that useful most of the time. Well, not that it's not that useful. It's just a lot more useful. Let's see. A lot more useful if we do it in this way, where it's at param, string name, at param, number, age, param, boolean. No, that was answer and alive. So function name, age, alive. And we'll just do the whole thing here. Okay, so because this is kind of sort of useful in the form that I was gonna show it, but it's a lot more useful if we show it this way. Let's see. What is it? What do they do in Portal? Do they call it testing? The testing is complete. Do science. Let's call this function do science. Look at me talking when there's science to do. Yeah. Do science on the ones that are still alive. Okay. Actually, that one would be better off if it was this way. Oh, and when I was talking about structs, I guess I could talk about putting a function on there or something. Let's see, where are we towards the end here? Okay, so structs. All right, one more thing. Just don't forget you can add greeter greet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7. Okay, what else? What else? All right, so we have value enums. Oh, apparently I spelled perennial wrong. Perennial? Perennial? How do we spell perennial? Not that I care that much, but perennial. Ah, 2 N's, 1 R. Spell, Vim spell, my friends, Vim spell. Speaking of which, let's add type def. There we go. Let's see. Okay. Oh, this is going to be tough. This is really, really, really going to be tough. to squeeze all this meaningful information in such a tight spot. So here's our token example. Of course, this doesn't make any sense, but the type checker would be able to know that that's problematic. Now, there we go. So here's our smash fruit. Has to be a fruit name. It's gonna know there's a problem there. Okay, cool. So that kind of covers enums. And then we can say actually, I'm kind of thinking I might want to switch this around and do type aliases after this. Do enums first to show how something can work, and then do a type alias. So do @type. Ooh, I like that idea a lot better. So I'm going to just put a little to do here. To do note to self, do enums first. Because enums really give type aliases a lot of meaning. All right, and then type enums. This could be a string or a number or a big int. Okay. Actually, I think we do have new types. And the reason for that is that there was something I was doing with hex and base 64, and it knew if it was base 60. Oh, I think that was because I was specifying encoding. I think it knew that allowed encoding for a buffer was hex or base 64. It didn't actually know that the string was hex or base 64. Okay. Okay, so big number. So let's talk about type enums. So smell, stink, toxic, so All right, but then with this one, yeah, this is where it gets complicated because now we're just doing all the things. Because now this is a good time to talk about duck typing. Yeah, I think we should definitely start with enums. I think the enums are a perfect segue into the other stuff. So let me go back up to this enum section. Because this, yeah, I definitely think that enums are just a better segue into all the other meta types. Because they kind of they provide the basis and the insight into the duck typing, because you have implicit enums. If two things are similar, it's already an enum, and this makes a lot of sense, I think. So let's go to 4. So we're going to have value enums, type enums, and implied enums. And then I could talk about new types. I could say, no, I think first type aliases, and then new types. So maybe actually new types first, and then enums, and then type aliases. Would that make sense? I'm not sure if that order makes sense. I know that the order of doing new types after type aliases will work. I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll do enums first, because enums are, this is the pretty high value here, I think. Okay, so this starts to make sense. Yeah, we could maybe introduce enums and type aliases basically at the same time. By the way, for those of you that have joined in recently, I'm AJ. And if you have find this useful or entertaining, or you just like the sound of my voice, consider a like, sub, follow, etc. All right, I just kind of want to look at this enum section. Okay, meta types. So we'll go with enums. Whoa, that's not what we wanted. Value enums, type enums, and I don't know what to call them. We'll call them implied enums. So value enums, a lot of people, if you go from the Go background or whatever, you might think of them like this, where you have some set of values and you're assigning some numbers, and the falsy-ish, default-ish thing. Let's see. What's that? Falsy, defaulty, defaulty thing is the none. Then blah, 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 blah. Value enums. Guys, you might think of this, but these are not value enums. These are weak sauce enums. They're C style. They're very limited. They don't represent what an enum really is. So in JavaScript, we have the ability to do yeah. Enums of any value. It doesn't have to be a 0. It doesn't have to be a number. And what this gives us the ability to do is we got bad news bears. If we try to assign monkey to a fruit, it knows it can't do that. Likewise, if we were trying to do that with a function, same thing, we'd get an error. So this is really great. Then we have type enums. And type enums are particularly useful when you have types that are very similar. So you had a person and a human and a kid, and they all kind of have some sort of similarity to them in terms of behavior that they have, that they're all useful in the same way. Now, what you'll see really commonly, which I think is more of a code smell, is taking dissimilar types. So rather than have a function that could take a string or a number or a big int and say that that's a big number, what I would recommend that you do instead would be to have 3 different functions. One of them handles big ints, the other one handles numbers, and the other one handles strings that represent numbers. And you would hopefully parse the string into a big int first, or convert the number into a big int first, and then just pass it in as a big int rather than encapsulating that logic inside of the function. Now, if you're working with legacy code, so I'm going to say the case where I think this is valid, is shrug. So you've got legacy code. So you have options or so widget ops. Oh, and then we wouldn't call that. First arg. Yeah, I think this actually will look better rather than doing type defs, having it be a param. In fact, I might just change that right now. So we'll say at param, and it's going to be function get images ops cb. Ooh, yeah, where optional parameters makes a whole lot of sense. Dang it, where do I fit those in? I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit all this into a 20-minute talk. There's just too much goodness here. This needs to be a 45-minute talk at least. I don't know. We'll see what we can do. I may have 2 versions of it. I may slim it down. Who knows? Maybe the next person doesn't show up and I just take up their time too. Or they do show up and I just take up their time too. So I need to have the caveat here. So big caveat, which is there we go. Holy moly! These slides are 1,000 lines long! All right, what's it doing? Value enums. Okay, so we're showing something here with the person, the human. You know, so you got legacy code. Okay, type alias. Oh, I don't think, yeah. So we're gonna go from enums to type alias to new type. And then what else have we got in the type department? Okay, we've got mixins. And then I think that's all of our types. The only thing that I haven't done is I haven't figured out where nullish goes. So let me just put up at the top here. To-dos. Nullish. Where do nullish best fit? Tips and tricks. And we've got a whole boatload of them. So the thing that I don't have yet with nullish would be optional params. So there's distinction between undefined optional params and props versus undefined. Okay. What do I have here? Let me check my notes on my phone because those are the ones that are the most recent. Compound types, collection type, utility type. Still got to talk about templates. Template is very, very simple. I might just go ahead and do that right now. Right, so we got type enums. Before we do marker types, I'm just going to do a little quack. Let's see, to do if it fits, it ships. Mm. Let's see. I don't know if this is actually a good example because this kind of goes in with you can just do the super type except for documentation. So, but if let's say we had array versus uint8 array versus buffer, let's call these bytes. Okay. And then after the new type stuff, we could talk about let's see. Yeah, here we go. This is where I want to do my mix-ins. So then we could talk about utility types. So we can just do 1 to 99. And where have I done this earlier? I think. No, I just pull this over up here. Okay. Do we have a shutter? Or scared? Okay. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we need that there. What was it, an hour ago I said I'm losing my focus, I need to take a break? Here I am, just chugging away. Maybe I do want these together still. We'll just have this look at 1 through 4 first, and then we'll have it look at 6 through 99 next. Can we type def the person? Here we go. Okay. The dreaded polymorphism. Let's see, so let's call this a base person. So base. All right, and we can do this. What else does a person have? Let's see. I just think Facebook here. So with posts, so we got an array of posts, and then we've got base person with posts. And then we could have another one. Okay, let's try this route. So then we've got, what, 6 through 9? So we got the person with the friends, and then we got the person with the posts. And so then we might do, let's see, we might do then person and with friends and with posts. We could call that a full person. And then we could have person like. What we could do there. So I actually want to switch to type utils. Maybe for this one. Excellent. So we got person with friends. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to stash this. I'm going to commit whip JS with types. I'm going to drop the link for anybody that's interested in seeing where this goes. Where'd it go? And I'm going to take a break because I've been at this for now about 5 hours and I'm just at the point where I need to step away from it. I need to let my brain rest. I need to let it sit in the background a little bit. So here's the draft presentation link, but this is where the real one will be as well as it gets updated. So thanks for tuning in, everybody. Sorry if I missed some of the likes and subs or whatever because I didn't have my headphones on most of the time. Then I had the chat window. I had some, what window was it? I had some window all the way down in front of the thing that normally gives me those notifications, and I wasn't thinking about moving it, so I didn't move it because I wasn't thinking about it. Let's see if I can get this to work. Let's see, is that doable? That's not doable. Wait, that is doable. That is doable. Just trying to move something out of the way real quick. Okay, I'm gonna go do some other stuff. But again, thanks for joining in. And I don't know if any of this conversation, do we have any good clips out of all this? I just check back here, looking through defining types, logic. Might have had a good clip when we were talking about the Pojo or something like that. The plain old Java or JSON object, plain old JSON object. Oh, we did have a, Josh, we had a Q&A. What kind of pushback have you gotten when proposing JS doc versus TS? and that had some pauses in it. Let me see, were there any other questions here? There was one about the presentation software, but I don't think that was really clip worthy because of the nature of the question being pretty close-ended. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, all right, well, now I'm really out. We had a good time, so, you know, let's say again,
We do what we must because we can.
that. Adios. Oh, and I'll do a little Rady McRady here. Let me just go raid somebody or something. So I'll do that in just a sec.